Okay. That should be golden.
Woo.
All right, and then that will be right there. All right, we're gonna do recap a little bit different this time around. I want to know
How
what.
so?
I'll show you.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what happened last session, but I want to know what each of your characters went through. So each of you are going to tell me what happened from your perspective.
Does oh well, I was gonna say does the gender fluid person, but we got a couple of those. Do either of the more gender fluid people want to go first?
No, you go first. You spoke first.
Well, hey, Dristan is, he's he they. Gotta wait for them to give an answer.
Not gonna lie, I forgot I said that.
Surprise!
Wow.
Non-bi.
Wow. Fake lib. Those
Oh my God.
intruder. Not
No,
an
gays are
ally.
Democrats.
Both.
Okay, well, if the fluid people aren't gonna go first, then I will. So, Nerys, found herself first, back aboard the airship when we were, trying to save the council's lives. And we had to go get some thaumium. And she was like, hey guys, I know where the thaumium is, but I should not go on this mission because I'm going to be a weak link. I can't do this. I'll help you guys, but I can't do it. And started right up where Taj was telling Hati, like, hey, girl is incompetent. Like, we can't have somebody like that on our team. We don't have time for this. This is bullshit. Like, she can't just deal with her own fucking family. Man, somebody who has the fate of the goddamn world can't get their shit together. Like, I'm sorry, but fucking weak, man. And Hati was like, well, if we just do the other thing, she'll be like her normal self, She won't be all stressed out and unhinged and stuff. Like, she might be helpful. And it was, not a great moment. And Marcelia, one of the 3 guardians who's been, helping everybody through this kind of stuff, was like, damn, man, those are your friends? And Nerys was like, you really shouldn't insult them by calling them my friends. Like, they would have to be really stupid to be friends with somebody so incompetent. Marcelia was like, shit, girl. I don't even know what to do with that, and I have 2 gods living inside me half the time. What the fuck? And she pulled out a little obsidian knife and was like, hey, you want to fucking kill them? And Nerys was like, nah, like, we had shit to do after this. Besides, like, they're telling the truth. I generally don't stab people for telling the truth. Seems kind of counterproductive, And she and Marcelia talked a little bit about Eldath and Tempyra and, kind of some stuff that had happened, including that, apparently Eldath is the older of the 2 of them. And she used to run with a different crowd, Gods, they some of those older gods, they can't really, they kind of gotta stay the same. They kind of like go through cycles. It's kind of a thing. And Nerys was like, huh, well, that's strange. I mean, like, one time we talked to this mirror, and she was like, oh, you mean the first kind of demon? The first kind of like curse? Yeah, her name is what the fuck was her name? Malekta. Yeah, shit. And Nerys was like, wait a minute, is that the reason why Eldath went crazy? And Marcelia was like, that's part of it. But so yeah, we found out some lore about the mirror that we found in like session 10, like 70 sessions ago. It was great. And then at the end of it, Nerys was like, listen, this is a really shitty memory. Can you just tell me what you need me to do? And Marcelia was like, girl, don't worry, you passed this test. And Nerys was like, I legit do not understand. But okay, cool. Can we leave? I don't like this place. So then after that, she left, and she and Dristan found herself, both of them were on two paths in the forest, and they were like, what the fuck? And Dristan was like, oh, where did she go? And Nerys was like, who are you talking about? And he was like, Midas. And she was like, wow, it sounds like yours was really dramatic. Mine just sucked, bro. Anyway, where's Kaya? So they went down a third path, and then Garos, the ghost from the church in the Shadowfell, showed up and was like, hey, Nerys, we gotta go. And then Rigamuff showed up with Dristan, was like, Dristan, we gotta go. So they went their separate ways, and Garos was like, hey, I took you to this place. It's all glowy and purple. I think that your owl friend was here. And Nerys was like, oh yeah, what's she doing? And Garos was like, ooh, are you sure you want to know? And Nerys was like, I'm a nosy bitch, but that's actually none of my business. And Garos was like, oh, well, you were concerned about your friends. And she was like, well, I'm trying to, like, keep them alive. Like, I came back from the dead to keep them alive because, yeah, so, like, you know, that's what I should do. He was like, yeah, you know, you've been going through some shit, but, like, this ain't the end of it. This forest is kind of cray. And she was like, yeah, man, I know, it's wild. And then she found herself, back at her family's home, and she did not want to be there. As she walked in, she noticed a broken tile on the ground from where her jaw had broken against it when she got. She thinks she fell out the window. She was pushed out that window. But she went inside and found her cousin and her uncle and her mother sitting at the kitchen table with a couple of, or at the dining room table with a couple other people talking about business, and they welcomed her to the table, talked with her about business as if she was a normal, respected member of the family. At one point, Pava was like, oh, hey, yeah, we're about to open up this whole brand new thing, this project. Nerys, what do you think? Nerys was like, why are you asking me what I think? You told me you literally never wanted to hear anything that I ever had to say. And Pava was like, girl, you're the lead on this project. Like, come on, like you're the most competent one. Like, you have this project because you know everything about it. Like, you took me as co-lead because it was a lot of work and you needed somebody to do the grunt work, but like, girl, you know what you're talking about. Like, don't you remember? Or were you too busy flirting with all the lady workers? And Reese was like, what the fuck is happening? Papa was like, well, didn't you take notes? And Reese was like, yeah, I'll go check those notes, because she had never been more physically uncomfortable in her life and wanted a reason to leave. And as she was leaving, her uncle was like, yeah, go ahead and, you know, come on back. And then she looked at her mother, who looked at her with a kind smile and was like, oh yeah, dear, hurry back. You know, we want to hear what you have to say. Oh, also, you know, overheard your rambunctious cousin over there talking about some stuff, and well, I got a few things when I went out shopping for you. So, you know, hurry back once we're done with you signing some of these forms and approving some of these business measures. You know, we'll see what I got for you. And Nerys left the room in a state of total shock and disbelief. And that was when Marcelia showed back up and said to her, yeah, that's what it would have been like if they actually loved you.
All right.
Yep.
Now, what about
Draw your turn.
you other two?
Okay, sure. Why not? Alright. So, while Nerys was having a less than ideal experience, one that is, one would question the accuracy of, Kaya was having a flashback to a moment that only happened a couple of years ago, not that long ago actually, where her own curiosity led her somewhere most people would rather avoid. But she, equipped with all of the possible research and reading and Googling that the plane of air could offer to anyone, felt pretty confident going there that she would find exactly what she looked for. Another form of freedom, one would say. Someone who already can fly into the skies as they wish can only hope for more than just that. As she entered said temple, she thought of what's the word? Exerting caution or whatever.
Exercising
Exercising.
At
caution.
least thought exercising caution, thank you. At least thought of it, but the path seemed strangely clear. Didn't bother her that much, only meant that she could get what she wanted even faster. But upon touching said artifact, believing her journey to be, well, her search to be finally over, a very familiar voice calls out to her, one that she found kind of upsetting, because the first instinct was that something or this place was trying to trick her, play with her emotions by making her hear her mother's voice. After some back and forth, said mother shows up to explain to our little funny owl that the new face that she is staring at, the new face of hers that she is staring at, is not an illusion. It is not a curse. It is not, well, another version of her. It is but an extension of who she is. It is a family gift, an ancestor kind of fucked around and found out. And ever since then, her blood from her mother's side is capable of doing things like these, such as changing form and not necessarily shape-shifting per se, but just taking another nature. And one that wouldn't be compared to an illusion, for it is not an illusion. But the downside of that, apparently, is that there is this strange beast that is hunting every single one of them. And said beast, obviously, is the reason why her mother is no longer amongst the living, unfortunately. And it's also now hunting Kaya, trying to unalive her for some reason. Now, obviously, Kaya had seen glimpses of what the creature looks like as her mother tried to warn her. But as that vision fades, the visions started becoming a little more real. Too real for comfort. I at first thought of running away. Very wise, very demure. And then stopped and turned around and had this strange thought. What if turning her back to said creature is exactly what murdered all of her previous family members? She has no way of confirming that that's the case, or any precedent records of this happening where this exact thought is what killed them. So she was like, fuck it, turned around, was like, let's throw hands, bitch. And, yeah. But actually, before the beast appeared, sorry for my ADHD,
All good?
slowly reminding me of what happened, she had a pause in her own, funny dream forest bullshit, where she appeared back at the plane of the Shadowfell. Yes, I was gonna say plane of darkness for some reason. I mean, technically it is, but yeah.
I mean, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Shadowfell, where the three funny people who like to call themselves a funny word, that word being truth, were like, hey, it seems like you've succeeded in your test. But your two homies, newfound homies, were not as smart or lucky as you are. We will offer you a choice, as both of them failed, but you can be a hero and save one of them. She was about to turn around and say something to them before her visions came back. Because apparently, maybe she did not really succeed that well. Anyways, that's it for Kaya, I believe.
Yup, it sure
Ouch.
is. Last, but certainly not least.
At the re
Wait, what?
We will never know.
Sorry, I was holding suspense. Yeah, after revisiting certain memories that held very dear to Tristan, i.e., being the day before his show, it turned out to be more of a memory of him reliving his entire life leading up to his death, following both the sickness, the worries, and all the truths and tragedies that might have come after. But during those memories, knowing that it was an illusion, he begins to lose some of his memories of actually thinking it was an illusion, thus being more immersed into playing the part. After reliving that memory, he seemed to come back to another memory, where that's of the airship moments before it exploded. But this moment was extended as he was actually revisited by his wife, who turned out to have done the deed that has returned Tristan back to the plane of the living. That of offering the souls of thousands of people that she has murdered. Murdered in the name of necromancy, for which she was studying in order to seek vengeance against that took her love away. But this anguish had blinded her and seemingly got her caught by some sort of malevolent spirit, that which showed their true face and tried to do battle with Tristan. Before it come to a climax, as Narisa's story is told, they found themselves at the forest crossroads, only to be separated again by, of all people, the ghost that she just did bandages on and Rigamaroff. Thus frustrated at both the situation of not being able to get his wife and finding of all people Ragamuff bringing him to conclusions, they learned that there was in fact a beast of the spirit of the forest spirit chasing them, or at least testing them. To his chagrin, he heeded the advice, and now we find ourselves back at the crossroads again, unknowing to only two.
Indeed, we do. All right. Let me change one thing real quick and then we will get rolling. As we're all going to delve a little bit further into what really makes all of us tick. Anyone feeling like they want to go first?
Go ahead, Sammy. We'll do the ordered recaps. Fuck you.
I was actually going to suggest you for first.
I would like to find out about all of these transgender fluid things. I'm very invested in Kaya's mom, dad.
Rob,
that
who
whole story.
said that you get to decide? Like, what are you, a fucking DM or something?
I'm God as far as you are concerned. I am the night and the day. I am the breath and the life.
Ah, not the ego, Jesus.
Yes, I am ego and it's death. Get fucked.
Fuck my dick. Alright, sure, we'll go first. Hit me.
Yeah.
That's the coffee-fueled spirit.
It's not. I am uncaffeinated as fuck today.
I
Let's
can
go.
fucking tell. It was a joke. No worries. You'll do fine. Either way. But
Is it uncaffeinated or decaffeinated?
You are
uncaffeinated.
uncaffeinated. Your
Yeah.
coffee would
It's
have been
decaffeinated.
decaffeinated if it had no caffeine.
Exactly.
Okay, I see. I
You
see.
being decaffeinated would be if we wrung you out to dry, taking the coffee from you.
Okay, so it's one of those racist terms. I see.
Exactly. Now you're getting it.
Mm-hmm. Alright, keep going.
All right. So, Kaya, we left you kind of in the midst of two different scenes. We're gonna fix that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before you get all buddy-buddy with the interdimensional creature that wants to eviscerate you, as you do, you're gonna get buddy-buddy with a different creature that doesn't necessarily want to eviscerate you. These three spirits that you were... Yet. True. It doesn't like any of you, quite frankly. But it's more of a passive thing. It just hates you on principle because you exist. Like the third Chinese baby in the family. But anyway.
My God.
Wow.
Oh my God.
So
What are
good.
you, fucking me?
But we will bring you back to the forest clearing in which you were talking very plainly with the spirit. And it had given you a simple choice. To paint some of that back to you. It had brought you from your confrontation and told you that, yay, Gold Star, you have succeeded. Great job. 10 out of 10. It could not care less. The problem, as it speaks to you in a little bit of your dad's visage, but not his voice, something older, more grinding of a voice. The problem is that your friends haven't. So far, they have failed. And I would like you to pick one of them to lift up from their wretches. Only one.
What happens if I refuse to choose?
Then I'll kill them both. This is no puzzle. This is no game. I give you a choice, and you make it.
I see. So what you're saying is that someone has to die.
Someone has to fail. No one leaves my forest without sacrifices, even if I wanted them to. And I'm not inclined to want for anything when it comes to you three.
That is unfortunately tragic.
Tragic.
I-
Yes.
I made up my mind. I can choose if you're ready.
Not even wanting to survey the options, and he raises up his hand, and the visage of Dristan glows, and you see kind of an image of him appear. And currently, Dristan is... Animus, remind me currently what Dristan is currently doing.
Holy.
Animus is dead.
So,
Hey, give me a second.
yeah, give me a second.
What the
No.
fuck? You ain't got. I ain't no fucking AI generated prompt. Fuck, he was probably talking to Ragamuff. If he's unaware of this situation, he's probably still looking like he's conversing with him.
Okay.
Yeah, I think wasn't he in the graveyard?
I believe he was.
Oh,
looking
right,
at
the
his own
graveyard.
Mm-hmm. So you'll see Dristan talking to someone you recognize after a moment as Ragamuff, and you'll hear the forest just kind of laugh darkly and shake his head. Oh, what do you know? Critters get in from time to time. Vermin. I suppose I delved and cracked all three of you open. Something was bound to slither out. But, yes, he is currently conversing. He has been given a brief relaxation from his torment. And as for your other companion, and he sets down his hand, and the visage of Driston recedes as he's left to his own devices, and the imagery of Nerys comes upon you. Nerys, would you care to reiterate?
Nerys is probably still, I imagine, like, this is the end of where she was sitting at the table with her family and in absolute disbelief, having never looked more uncomfortable in her life, staring at disbelief at these drow who look a lot like her. They all have curly hair and she has straight hair, but all the other features are very similar. And she looks almost horrified in how out of place she looks. Eventually, she stands up from the table and says a few words. Kaya probably can't hear them, but walks out of the room and starts wandering through this absolutely massive mansion. And then Marcelia appears. I don't think Kaya would know what she would say, but the look on Marcelia's face probably looks apologetic and not great. She says something and Nerys just stands there staring.
Your father, Kaya, clicks his tongue, shakes his head sadly as if he just finished watching the most disturbing and sad play with you. Family. It's terrible, isn't it? To want to depend so strongly on those around you, those who should protect you with every breath, and yet they fall short. You know? You and your companion have that in common. A similar thread, perhaps. With her, and of course you have similarities with the playwright. Both of you share unique qualities. Stubbornness, a willingness to not accept things as they are, and, well, I don't think we have quite the time really to discuss all of the things in common, but an equally balanced choice. Now, you said you had an answer. Do you still?
Yes. I mean, if you had tried to change my mind earlier, I commend the attempt, but I think I've made up my mind the moment you had asked the question. I can be a lot more decisive than you think. Please, do not mistake your appearance for actual knowledge.
He, like, almost... How do I want to put this? He gives you a genuine smile. No ulterior motive. No sarcastic or sardonic hint behind it. He gives you a smile like you gave him money. And he goes, wow. You know, there's one thing I find refreshing about you. You might be stubborn, but unlike many heroes of ages, you can make up your mind. It's refreshing to see, especially in your species, and I'm afraid it's rather new of a development. Hopefully they'll carry it on long after you are dust and bones.
Hopefully.
Yes.
I'll only know if I make it out of here. However,
Right.
my decision may make that a little more difficult. Tell me, you said one person had to die in order for this whole trial to be done, correct?
Yes, one person has to fail.
And she like her face changes in an instant from the confident and somewhat warm, if you don't look too much into it, smile that she was giving her quote-unquote dad, into something a lot more sinister, as her eyes are not closed, but not really that much open. You can only see very little. And even then, you can tell they are glowing, centered, as she's staring at her dad, raising one hand towards him, as the other hand starts to glow, as the ring lets out a little bit of lightning sparkles, visible and also audible. She motions to him to come at her. She is ready, and she'll say, "Then it will be either you or me who will not be leaving this place, if that is fine by you. I mean, if you are really who you claim to be, Sir Truth, then it would make no difference, for I am already dead, correct?"
Incorrect. You are not dead. You are alive.
She does not respond to that. She is ready to throw hands.
He looks at you.
You told her to pick between two options. She picked a fight.
I would say that I'm surprised, but then we'd both be wrong.
Yeah, obviously. You know me.
I was aware this might happen.
Might? Come on. You should have
Listen.
been aware that it will happen.
I'm-
So if you
I'm-
really knew me, you would know that it will, not just
I
might.
knew you, but I also know Kaya's pragmatic. If she has to make a choice, she will.
Yeah, she did.
She did, yes. There was a third option. I'm glad she found it instead of selling out one of her friends. Because you
Here
would
to
have
sell
died.
people. Neat.
Yeah, that wasn't a fake out. You would have died.
Neat. Yeah, so
But-
I'm throwing hands or what? She's ready.
Yeah. The spirit looks at you and just nods in appreciation. Your father. Yes. Again. So very refreshing. I'm afraid I do have time for a struggle. But then I really must be showing you to other things. Are you ready to get hurt at least a bit?
I was born ready. I think that's how they say it, right? Yeah.
Oh my.
Born ready. See, that is the difference between you and I. I was never born, I simply am. You are fighting something that cannot be reasoned with, or killed, or beaten. I simply am.
Good to know you found yourself a hill to die on.
Yes. Death. And he will begin to morph into a slightly more lean version of your father, as he seems to be adapting the body for his use. And we are a go. Also, thank you for changing the music.
You are welcome.
Hold on, I have to make sure that this has his face on it instead of this other face, because that would be highly disconcerting. Oh,
I kind of won't hold back. It's not because, he can fight with her fucking dad's face. She'll beat the living shit out of him regardless.
that's fair. Oh, this is going hard.
Well, it's Kaya.
That's
It's
fair.
Kaya. It's gotta go hard. She's fucking challenging some fucking eldritch abomination evil forest. Like, we couldn't just use the regular combat music.
This is true. This is true.
Oh, the Madra, if you want a different one, you let me know. This
Nah,
is
this
Kaya's
is great. This is great.
moment.
Question. We did long rest last session, right? Before we came to the forest?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
We came here like first thing in the morning.
Okay,
Yep.
cool, because I don't... Yep. Just making sure that all my stuff is, also set. Yep. Awesome.
There we go. All right.
Oh boy. We're going hard. Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit.
Yeah, we're going hard.
Oh wow. My man Orange.
Action form.
Can I cast a spell while he's looking through his closet?
No, fuck you. Add yourself to
Oh.
initiative.
Let's go. Button, please. There we go. Ooh, that's fine. It's only 2 people.
All right. I forgot the template I used for this. I never changed the language.
Oh no.
So he's Gith. Oh no.
Oh no.
Well, he said thanks. I tried, but in
Plot
Gith's eye.
twist. Plot twist. You have a third gender. You're Chinese.
Ah, yes, the true genders: man, woman, and Gith.
Let's go. Little did they know there's only one gender.
All right, let's kick your ass.
Oh man. Weave. That will not hit.
Nope. That will not either.
Neither will that. But
That is
whew, my man dealing
A-okay.
damage. Nice.
Your
He
turn.
wasn't warmed up. He didn't do his stretches first. He wasn't expecting this.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's okay. This is definitely not a bad decision. Kaya will hold on, let me just double check. Yeah, it doesn't there's no point in upcasting it. She will cast as a bonus action a little divine favor at first level.
Ooh.
Let's see if it adds the damage automatically, but if not, she will use her action to try and retaliate. Let's fucking go!
Oh.
Look at her. Look at her.
Alright, alright. She'll retaliate even more. All right, all right. She hits. She hits again. She's ready. She's focused. She's smiling. Her smile is unsettling as fuck. But that will be her turn.
All right. I really need to check my stats more before I do these sorts of things.
Crazy.
But the spirit looks at you and it just laughs. Its voice triplicates, as does its form. And it says, strong, even to the end. It's admirable. It's fantastic. And I can't wait to beat it out of you.
Yay, what's that nat 20, faggot?
We are going to change their initiative, though, because I want you to have a chance, even if you're going to die. There we go. Alright. One of the three forms will target you. And then, strike.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Ooh, she loses the no con.
Mm.
Ugh.
There goes the spell. That's fine.
Alright, all you.
Alright. Seeing that she is surrounded, she's going to do the very obvious solution of, what one does when they're surrounded. Beat the living shit out of their aggressors by doing a funny Ring of Shooting Stars. Where is it? I think it's Ball. Yes, the third one. Creating only one, obviously, the right option, the 4d12 ball, right under her feet, so right at the square where she's standing. And she will spend, as her bonus action, let me check, a Step of the Wind to disengage up in the air. So she will fly her full movement, so she is flying 45 feet in the air. And I need all three of them to make me a, where is it? God damn it.
Dexterity saving throw?
DC 15 Dexterity saving throw, yes.
You got it.
Ooh, son of a bitch. So why they rolling high?
Damn.
It's almost like you're fighting an ancient spirit.
It's almost like it's rolling above the DC on the 20. There we go.
Hey,
Suck my
you got
balls,
one!
ancient spirit. Alright, slash R, 4d12.
Roll that damage.
Damn.
Nice.
So one of them takes 42 and the other two take half.
Alright.
21. Dude, that was 6 less than max damage. 6 points
Yeah.
less than max damage. That was
Three
beautiful.
11s on the d12s. That was stupid. And a 9. Yeah, it wasn't a 6, it was a 9. Holy shit, it was almost max damage.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yep.
But yeah, currently she's flying in the air, and that will be her turn.
Alright. There'll be a glowing in the air as they restore some of their cuts and bruises. cracking their neck in that way that stereotypical evil villains do. And they'll look at you. You see that all three of them tend to move in unison. As... excuse me, sorry. As he'll look at you, almost with pity in his eyes. Huh. You fight well. You fight with spirit and strength. You fight better than your mother did.
I thought I told you not to mistake your appearance for actual knowledge.
You're 45 feet away, you motherfucker.
Suck my balls, bitch. just like Chris said, I don't need to metagame. I'm a power gamer. I'm powerful.
Hold on, let's get a token real quick that shows that electro ball you have. One sec. Just so I don't forget that it's there.
I could just like, oh, there you go. I was gonna say I could just like have a radius over here, but yep. Are they flying away from it?
They are. They'll look up at you and just shrug and say, fighting, fighting, every time. You think you're self-logical, but that's how you win every single little problem you find yourself in. Simply fighting your way out of it. And they'll give it back to you.
Right. This guy was the one who, like they didn't change places. This was the original one, right?
Far as you can tell.
Okay. She will fly down straight at him and not land, like, kind of like try starting from above, but she will land regardless of what happens right here behind him. As she will do her first action, attempting to grapple him. Actually, on a double. Nah, never mind. Yeah. She will try to grapple him.
Alright.
Come on, come
That
on,
would
come
be a
on.
contesting strength throw.
Fuck. Yeah, nah, there's no contesting, but that's fine. Yeah.
Worth a shot, though.
That's fine. Alright, not grappled, so she will just not waste her bonus action then. Actually, no. She will grab, with a bonus action, drag the ball from where it is to this, right here.
Okay.
And as it approaches him, I need him to make another dex save. That is, the ball is attempting to hit him from the back.
Ooh, from the back.
Also, don't forget to switch to the others at some point. Of
Yep,
course,
no
but
worries.
hey.
Bro, we're at the fucking front row of this ringside fight, man.
And there's the
Turning into
lowest
something else.
possible damage. Oh no! The turns are tabling. It's fine. She still has she still has one extra attack. 40. Oh, hold on, I forgot. Foundry is retarded, and you need to be very, very gentle with it. There we go. 60. Yep, the tables, the turns are tabling. Let's go. That's my turn.
Alright.
Also, the ball, if you want to move it so you don't forget about it, it's over
Yep.
here.
Alright, right there. Alright. And it'll move... he'll move closer to you.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll look at you, and he'll just speak with a bit of power in his voice. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
You would think that a monk cleric would be good at those.
God, I'd hope.
You would be wrong.
I don't know, a 15's pretty solid, man. Like, 15 ain't bad. Not bad
So?
at all. As he will cast command.
Mm-hmm. It's prompting me to roll again.
Oh, yeah.
I closed it.
Okay, yep, cool. You do manage to push through it, but it feels like you're moving yourself through sludge.
Hmm.
Hard, not impossible. As you manage to push back against a will that feels like a skyscraper falling on you. It is at this point, though you know that you're successful and you remain in control of your own body. It's at this point that this Pyrrhic success seems to really weigh on you. Because you have
I need
felt...
to make a dex save.
Okay?
Uh-huh. Sorry,
You have
I thought
felt...
you were
oh, no,
finished.
you're good. Nope, you're good. You feel what's against you at this moment. This primal force. And I'll roll that dex save. Hey.
Well, that primal force isn't looking so primal anymore, is it?
All right. Let's see. That would be a 24. Looking good, looking good.
It was, I think, this one who just approached, but I don't know if how you're keeping track of their HP.
No worries. 24. Okay.
This one already, like, did his own save.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. They'll look towards you. And they'll smile a little bit. But we will now switch to someone else. Someone else who is very much fighting for their life. In a way. Tristan, we come back to you. Now, you had said that you had just finished talking to Ragamuff about everything, gestures broadly. Sam, if you could turn the music to something more mysterious.
Gotcha.
Thank you. You were brought back into that odd place. This workshop of sorts, though you don't know the nature of it. Ragamuff is bewildered at what you have suggested. Because earlier you guys were talking about extending life. Or rather, unlife. And he told you that you are proposing something that goes against all kinds of laws. Both natural order and just mortal decency. And yet, you suggest it nonetheless.
And what the hell did I suggest?
Huh?
What the hell did I suggest?
You suggested that Ragamuff find a way to prolong your life past a normal year. He suggested that you're fucking insane.
And that he would be disbarred from the Alchemist's Guild and also be breaking several big natural laws. Not just little ones, like big ones.
Yeah. Big naturals. He'd be breaking them. I'm a 12-year-old. And as he's flaying his arms around, he'll look at you, having just explained this, and he'll say, "So you can see why I can't exactly do that."
Are you really unable to do so?
He huffs for a second, and then he deflates. "Well, no, I'm a brilliant alchemist, probably in one of the best in several generations. Listen, nothing's impossible, but even I know that there are limits."
And yet these limits have been surpassed time and time again. Some of it without our knowing.
You writers, you heroes, you're always pushing limits. One of these days, you're going to break something that you can't just put back together by asking nicely. What are you going to do then?
All people venture out for the limits to be broken, only to ask for forgiveness. Some break the limits just to say that this is not the limit that it should be.
The limit that it should be. Right, because you get to break the limits, right?
Because I've already broken the limit, Ragamuff. It is on my consent, not of my choosing. It was done.
I think we're a little past things to bring consent into the matter. Don't even begin to act like you're the victim here. You were brought back. Do you know how many people wish for that?
Many do, yet I walk amongst them.
Right.
I never
The
asked
chosen.
for forgiveness, so I pray for being victimized for my predicament. I only reap its benefits, and only seek to further capitalize on them. Not for some nefarious goal or selfish vain, but to only accomplish one simple thing I have now dedicated myself to. I ask not for another millennia or another century. Perhaps what I need might be just be able to be accomplished in a mere matter of a fortnight.
30 days. You think whatever you can do can take you no more than 30 days.
Greater things have been accomplished in less.
You know, and he like shakes his head, and you hear several of the potions on his I believe it's called a bandolier, the kind of thing that's holding all of them together. It shakes and jingles, and the potions swish back and forth as he looks at you, and he shakes his head and he points, and you know, you kind of people are the worst kind of gamblers, the confident ones.
Isles pay for the ante. Who lets cowards sit at a table where fate must be decided?
Cowards keep the
Ooh.
natural order.
Cowards kept us imprisoned.
Imprisoned. You breaking free is what has caused many problems in the first place. Now, I might not be the Rigamuff you know, but I know things. Your little lady, she poked through things she was not supposed to. You heard it when you came back, didn't you?
Yet you speak to me as if I'm the one who caused it.
I speak to you like you're the child in need of reprimanding. Like it or not, this is the mess you have to clean up. You did cause this. You are the hero that has caused this strife. Now, I will say, it's not that you did it, it's that someone did it on your behalf. It is still
You blame me
your fault.
nonetheless.
Do you know what a zombie is, kid?
He stares at him blankly.
Oh, are you really going to make me explain what a zombie is to a fucking revenant?
No, you're going to explain to a zombie, to someone that already knows what the undead walk amongst us.
Oh, they do. You see, I don't have to tell you what you felt when you came back. I don't have to tell you who you felt when you came back. Your little girlie poked at the wall, and it already had holes in it. So she lumped you through one. And now there's bigger holes in the veil, Dristan. Big enough for other things to step through.
So you're telling me that these holes are already open?
Not all of them, but some of them. You see, the veil hasn't fallen, but it's sure as hell getting a bit weaker. And some of those things beyond make you look like a paralyzed kobold. I should know. I am one. Well, kobold, not paralyzed. Yet.
What will you have me do now, Ragmuff?
Well, the voices in your head don't have all the answers. If they did, I'd tell you what they were. But, and he pauses for a second, like he hears something. I think our first course of action should probably be to run.
Why?
It's getting closer. Come on, come on!
You told us around like a school child.
And Rigamuff very quickly motions at the door past here into the inner parts of the workshop, and he says, "Go! Come on! Move it, Metal Mutts!" And he's right behind you when you hear a crack. You think it's the ground underneath him. It is not. It is him. As you see something shink through the center of him. And much like you might expect in that moment, there's a strong little spurt of blood. And he looks at you with a bit of a shocked expression as he drops to the ground and dissipates. And standing behind him, smiling ever so serenely, is Bernala. After all, she just saved you.
Nola, what have you done?
He was in the way. I had noticed that he had taken you to this honestly rubbish of a workshop, and I saved you.
Does she have like a knife in her hand?
She does.
She's going to quickly take that off of her.
She pulls her arm back, fighting you on it. What are you doing?
Nola, what happened? What was that thing?
It was another spirit trying to get into here. The Arai trying to persuade you. And I don't know, so I took care of it.
No, this is truly your doing.
We're safe now.
Are we ever really safe?
And she looks at you, and you swear that you see a little bit of blood staining the side of her neck as she looks at you, and she says, "Well, no one's ever getting to you through me."
This has to stop.
Stop? Why? Why does it have to stop?
You've already done enough. You already brought me back. You don't have to do this anymore. Listen, I know who Fabian is. We can get to him and put an end to this tragedy.
I didn't want to have to bring him back, but it was an unfortunate and unavoidable consequence. Because we had to have you back, and I had to do a bit of exchange. And so he is back, regrettably, but we can kill him again. This time for good.
There's a rare moment where Tristan is sincerely appalled by what he just heard. You brought him back.
Well, yeah, I had to.
What do you mean, had to?
You two were linked. Silly. He murdered you. And so I could use that link as he was the last link to you. And so when I killed him, it began the spark that brought you back. It's simple alchemy.
This cannot be.
She hands you the knife, Tristan. She says, "Here. You can do it. I believe in you. Just hold this, and as soon as you grasp the knife, we are entirely somewhere else." You recognize the cemetery, of course. You've been here at least once before now. But it's slightly different this time. As last time you were here, you were staring at your own mausoleum, custom built for one such as yourself. This time, you're staring at a bunch of graves. And in front of you, the scene flashes. Another scene superimposed onto it. With each blink, you see slight, just bare glimpses of it. You holding the knife, your hands stained, and yet you think with a moment of elation, skin stained, slick with blood dripping down you, all over you. But it's your body, you're here, you're alive, and apparently you've been busy, as there are open graves all around you. You had not yet gotten to filling them in. That's the last step in your plan. Currently, you're in the middle of this rather monstrous night, which is murdering all of them. As all of these graves you see in the photo or in the scene around you, one by one have been filled by yours truly. You see flashes of yourself going and dropping each lifeless corpse into their final resting place. Almost as if you, yourself, were the means to their end. You remember every stab, every slice, every burst artery, and every beg of forgiveness. None of which, of course, you listened to.
Are you saying that this is a memory that he is having?
It seems to be a memory that you're having. You're experiencing the deaths of all these people as if you were the one who did it instead of your wife.
He is going to drop the knife. Just step away.
You can't see your wife anymore, but her visage still seems to follow you, as she tells you, a sweet voice in your ear, that it's okay. You only have one left. You've got the energy for that, right? Just one last kill. And I'm not married to this art, but it's what we're using for a stand-in at the moment, as your lifelong friend lies on the ground, beaten, bruised, and bloodied, and yet still alive. You have not seen a look of fear on Fabian's face like this. This pure, animalistic fear, as he knows his moments are numbered and are running out.
Okay. Even at seeing Fabian at this very weakened state, he. What is this? What is. If this is a means to bring me back to Benol, let him suffer in the eternal damnation. This isn't how we should be doing this.
She looks towards you, but she doesn't answer. A different voice does. One that's slightly more businesslike and, of course, male. As he smiles and he says, Now, this is what we agreed on. You're not going to back out of a deal, are you? Have some honor, Valzan.
As you speak of, this isn't the deal. I am not here. This is not this.
This is this. You take that knife and you plunge it into that poor, foolish heart. And then I take his soul and you get what you've always wanted. He will be gone. You will be all that's left. You will be in charge. This is what we agreed on. In that church, you promised me. You shook my hand and said you're going to take his soul.
Person's just having a very jarring, confused moment.
Understandable. This shit's fucky.
This comes to no sense. Just before. What? Fine. Damn it all. I'll play your game. Gonna take the knife. Start slowly walking.
That's a good lad. There you go. Little bit further. Little bit further. Right there. And he is right up close to you. He is practically breathing in your ear. In fact, so is she. She is encouraging you, much like she sounds like she's encouraging you to like buy a home. Oh, we'll decorate it. Oh, it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be great. He is the other devil on the side of your shoulder saying, "Do it. One last time. Be dramatic."
Grips a knife. Begins to pull it up.
There we go.
At his apex, he holds it. In the shadows, they mimic his actions as it plunges down. Then it happens again. Then again. And then again. And then again.
And indeed it does. But you notice, idly. You don't stop, but you do notice that while you had begun to stab the form of Fabian over and over and over again, at some point, you know not when, the form had switched to a young boy with olive skin and a bright and cheery look in his eyes. The same look you remember having when you were at the apex of your life, as you stab yourself over and over and over and over again. The demon howls, his face stretching like a mask made of some vicious form of putty. Yes! Yes! Finally! Compelling. A story for the ages. You will be remembered. That is, until you're not. Even my deal won't save that. And look what it got you. Lifeless. In a pool of blood. And the spirits will back off of you, Dristan, leaving you mostly alone with yourself.
Is going to just get to his knees and just be empty for a long while.
Time passes. At some point, you feel a hand on your shoulder. Not exactly comforting. Simply acknowledging. As Hagrid looks over you, and also you. This is the part they don't tell you about stories, lad. This is what happens to the main character after he closes the storybook.
So I would know. I wrote it.
Indeed you did. Every line, every action, you wrote yourself into this. You made yourself this visage of tragedy. As you sit there, Dristan, he sits with you, And at first, it's a small seed of discomfort within your rather numb body. But it grows, this feeling of discomfort and worry. You begin to hear kind of the sound of a clock ticking slowly in the background. Tick, 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 tick. Hagrid seems to notice this growing sense of discomfort within. And you can tell that it's more of the spirit talking when he says, "You know, lad, I know that you're in the middle of something, but I do have to ask, what's it like to know that you are so close to slipping away? I assume you can feel the time drifting here and there. It's getting close now. You can feel it, can't you?"
Feels empty.
Empty. You see, I have no real concept of time. I've been here before it and I will be here after it, so I'm just genuinely curious as to what you're going through. Mortal, revenant, nothing you do seems to be able to buy you time. Nothing at all will save the main character. What do you think of that?
I don't know.
You don't know? Speak plainly. Don't be vague with me.
I don't know.
56 plays. 4 amalgamations of books. And the great Tristan Valzan has nothing to say. No poetic version of the mortality of a human soul. No great antidote, or no great... what's the word for story that starts with an A?
Anecdote?
Thank you, anecdote. I knew it was an antidote because that's poison. But this is no great anecdote about the mortal coil and the strife of life. Empty. You act like you killed yourself. Oh, the others may give me a run for my logic, but you're just fun to watch.
Like a being smacked with like an empty bell, and they're just taking this mockery.
He gloats over you for a little while longer and then stands and begins to do what you seem to not be able to. Talk and dispose. As he will pick you up and drag you truly into the hole. As he throws your limp form into the grave that you dug. As he looks at you every so often, he'll take a shovel. You know not where he got it, and he'll just start piling the dirt until Tristan Valzan is dead and buried. It's a shame. You died as you lived, running away, not really moving to action. He'll look at you gently, Dristan, and you can feel yourself being pulled away. Thankfully, the feeling of numbness seems to at least be going away somewhat. At least the part of it that's being forced upon you. The part that seems to be blossoming within you, well, that is your own dealing. But Hagrid will look at you, again his form shifting to show the ancient influence truly behind him. As he'll say, "What? Were you misinformed? Did no one explain to you that this is what you had been going towards? This is what awaits heroes when their tales are done being told. When everyone has gone to bed, bellies full of mead and food and delight and comfort, when they are resting and sleeping and merry. Their heroes, their legends, their stories, well, they all fade. And now we've seen what truly lies beyond." Oh, the storybook ending after it closes. The real legacy of being the traumatic one. Poor Dristan. And his voice will fade. And now we're going to go pick on Nerys.
Jesus, man.
Yeah. Animus, you're great for playing along. That was 10 out of 10.
Animus, are you okay?
Are you okay? Like, I know you're a hardy bunch of people, but I might have to genuinely check in with you after what I've done.
No, guys, my fucking heart hurts.
Good.
That's how you know he's okay.
Yep.
If he said I'm okay, then he's not okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I gotta go back to school.
Oh, gosh. All right. Now, Nerys, before we get to you, speaking with your family, and just being the most cherished one of the family gathering, as you always have been. Before that, I'm gonna go take a little pee.
I'm gonna do that too, BRB.
I'm gonna go see if there's anything to drink aside from water. I'll BRB as well.
Jesus Christ, did I fuck you guys up that bad? Damn, I'm good. It will be a tragedy.
So how about that, burying one of our party members, literally and figuratively?
What?
So how about our buried party member? Damn, man.
Yeah, man, I was like, no, I'm not gonna sacrifice Dristan or Nerys, and then Dristan just sacrifices himself. Man, I'm fighting for you, and you here acting like a faggot.
Never got the memo. I didn't know you got the ultimate choice. She just made a decision. Over here, like, you have choose the red pill or the blue pill. Motherfucker comes out like, I choose the green M&M. Fight me.
Yep.
The what?
Yep.
They were, it was like, Kaya, would you like the red pill or the blue pill? And she was like, the green M&M, motherfucker! Come at me!
God damn, apparently.
Yeah, I always do that.
Oh, yeah, always. All right. Let's get back to Nerys.
Let's go.
Give me one moment. Where the fuck did your scene go?
Up your butt and around the corner.
Apparent fucking Lee.
Sammy, you could have done better.
This is true.
I know. I didn't want to do better because I know that my character is going to be hurt, and if I
So
get
much.
an unearned sense of entitlement now, I'm not going to be able to play the scene as well.
Oh.
That's fair. That's a good way to think about it.
Yep.
Now,
I had to be disappointing to get into character.
god damn. Now, where we had last left you, Nerys, you had gotten to a very interesting point in which everyone had been nice to you for some fucking reason.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, you got the rug pulled out from under you with Marcelia telling you, oh, yeah, sorry.
Yep. That's what it would have been like if they had actually left you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Exactly. Now, she says that will bring you to a different area. This, a cozy office that I had been... Motherfucker. Sorry, I clicked the wrong one and changed the layout.
All good.
There we go. That's Nerys. And so we come to your private office. It is odd to see that you own all of this, isn't it?
DM, I hate to do this to you. I have nothing but her token and a black screen again.
God damn it! I was hoping it wouldn't be doing that to me again.
I mean, do you have fuck.
Dark vision, yes.
No, not dark vision. Oh my god, what's the word for it?
Ownership?
Acceleration shit.
No.
Oh,
What is it? GPU
hardware
acceleration.
acceleration.
No, hardware acceleration, thank you. Do you have that
I have
on?
no idea.
Try see if it's on. It's in the browser settings. If there's a search option, just search for acceleration. Because Foundry requires that. And if it's not on, it'll have issues.
Acceleration. Not seeing it.
damn.
Are you using Firefox, right?
Yep.
Okay. Settings.
I know you don't want to, Rob, but you can totally just put it in the side chat or send it to me.
Yeah, but I'm going to at least take a minute and try to not do that. I will try each and every one of the scenes that I have before we do that. Okay. Give me one moment.
Mm-hmm.
Does this scene load?
Yep.
Ballroom bitch. All right. Now, in front of you, you will notice that all of them have frozen. You are essentially up the stairs as you were going to your room when this had happened. And Marcelia now accompanies you as you look out over the frozen folk.
She will, after several minutes of silence, say to the side to Marcelia, still looking at the scene in front of her. Marcelia, that's not possible. There's no way that they could ever have left me. They said that I couldn't be loved, that no one could do that. So, whatever test this is, I know that it's fake.
She smiles at you sadly and then looks around, kind of observing the people frozen. The guest is making polite conversation with Pavo. Pavo seems like a little bit of her original self, as she had been about to loudmouthedly say something brash. Her mouth now lies frozen in mid remark. Your mother had been very very grandiosely making a sweeping gesture across the hall, her hand now frozen in what looks to be a almost like a frozen halfway slap through the air. And your uncle is frozen in the middle of one of his favorite things to do, grimacing. She'll look around them, look back at you. You're right, and you're wrong. It was possible. Just not for you. This is an alternate version. What could have been, had they been different. You know there's a version of them somewhere where your uncle adopts a child?
He hates kids. I don't. This doesn't make any sense.
The versions of them that you had were not the versions of them that could have ever loved you.
How could there ever have been any versions that loved me?
It's funny. It's funny you put it that way. And she offers a hand.
Nerys will look at her, not at her hand, but look at Marcelia in the eye for several seconds, and then look back out over her family. Her eyebrows have not unfurrowed since she walked into this room several minutes ago. But she will eventually look down, not looking at Marcelia or anything, just looking down at the floor. And she will, with resignation, reach out and take Marcelia's hand without looking at it.
As soon as you go and grasp go to grasp the hand, it shimmers and the area around you changes. Now we are using the same map, but to you, Nerys, this area looks very different. You don't see Dristan stabbing himself to death over and over again. You see a sort of similar thing to he did originally, a giant mausoleum fit for a king. Or perhaps a fallen royal.
Nerys looks around the cemetery, slightly more comfortable since this is she spent a lot of time in these places. She looks around for a few moments and then turns to Marcelia and says, "Why did you take me here?"
Because I wanted you to see it. This area. I told you there are other possibilities and other versions of the events you know so well. And here, well, here's where one of them took place. You see this, and she points at the mausoleum. This is yours.
Nerys whips her head around to take in this mausoleum in disbelief, looking at all the different facets of it, the details. She has spent a lot of time in cemeteries and know that, she doesn't know much about art or iconography, but she knows a rich person's mausoleum from a pauper's grave. And she looks around, taking in the details and embellishments, and then looks around to see if her name is anywhere on it.
Indeed it is, but not just your name. Nerys, you are reminded of a scene very long ago. You're at a dinner party, and you're not especially adept at dinner parties, but you're good at getting people to talk and for them to tell you what you need to know from them. At this dinner party, there was one visitor that you weren't expecting to see. Your cousin, Pavo. She had begun her usual tirade of explaining to you in intricate and vivid detail about how she belongs more than anyone in the history of Etheria, and of course much more than you. And she had pointed out for the millionth time that you didn't have the family crest.
Mm-hmm.
That moment is playing in the back of your mind as you realize this mausoleum is adorned with a giant, resplendent family crest.
I'm assuming if it has the family crest, it also has her name. Does it have the family name after it?
It does. It is written in a golden script.
Jesus Christ.
In fact, you can read you can read the script, and it says, "Prepare yourself this."
Oh my god. Um,
Would you like to read that for your fellow players, or do you want me to?
I think we could see it.
Can you?
At least I
if you,
can.
if you speak Elven.
I was gonna
Oh
say.
shit, yeah.
I will I will say, you know, taken after Dristan's drama, let's make this dramatic. As soon as the instant that Nerys sees her her name and the family's name beneath or above or on the crest, wherever, her legs visibly go weak and she stumbles backwards, leaning against whatever that is, uh, throwing both of her arms behind her to catch herself and try to stay on 2 feet. But she looks. I can't think of any words to describe what she looks like. She's not aghast. She's not in awe. What she saw in the dining room was incomprehensible to her. But compared to that, this is like seeing the face of God. She cannot believe what's in front of her, and she gapes open mouthed in disbelief for quite a while. And she eventually gets out as if the words are being pulled from her lungs. They gave me they gave me the family name. How?
How indeed. You see, in this instance, Nerys, they cared particularly for you. You might understand this as an echo of a story that you have been told multiple times, but here, you were a favorite right out of the gate. From a young age, it was very easily seen that you would take control. You didn't force it, but it came natural to you and to everyone else to follow. Why, you saw how they acted back there. You were, in many ways, the leader. Taken from them too soon.
But how could that? I mess everything up. I break things. I ruin things. I can't do anything right. I've never been able to do anything right. They always told me. Every time I made a mistake, they told me. How could I not have been that way?
I think as I said before, that sometimes it's not about you. It was about them and who they were, what they could do, who they could be. These versions of them loved you dearly. In fact, and she'll kind of tilt her head. I believe I hear them right now. And in the distance, as you turn around, Nerys, you see a small procession headed your way. Where did the other bastards go? Aha, there you are, you bastard.
Mm-hmm.
As they will begin to make their way towards you. Or rather, towards your remains.
Her remains. Can she see her remains?
You can.
Seeing, I'm guessing from here, she actually, where is her body?
Right here. You can see the coffin in the distance.
Nerys stares open-mouthed at Marcelia, at the crest, at the family name preceding hers, at her family members walking up, and she will look at what she can see, what little she can see of her body. And she starts slowly, almost as if in a dream, walking towards it. And as she gets closer, she turns to Marcelia and asks, "If that's me, is it, and she turns to look at her body. Is that the same me? Or was I different? Was I must have been better. It must have been a different me. If they loved me. It couldn't be me now, right? It's a different me. One that's better."
She considers your question for a moment before she says, "Open the box, Nerys."
She does not have tears in her eyes, but the rest of her face looks like someone who is in the middle of sobbing profusely. And she hesitantly, as if she can barely bring herself to do it, will open the lid.
As it slides off, you see a very familiar person. Or at least, mostly familiar. From the stolen glances you've taken, most of them ashamed, at pieces of broken mirrors that dared to show you glimpses of what your family said was cursed and broken. A young woman with a still face in death, defiant, confident, and utterly the same.
Nerys gapes at it, not breathing until it feels like her blood is burning in her veins and her lungs are about to burst. and she is forced to take a gasp of air, and then another, and then another. And it's clear that she wants to move away and turn and run and never, ever look back. But she cannot stop looking at herself. Marcelia,
Yes?
this can't be right. This is me. But they never would. I never could have been this. I never. How could I? How could I have done anything right? I couldn't. This isn't possible.
She doesn't answer you. But the funeral procession gets closer. And one by one, they will start to pay their respects. Not exactly to you, but to a version of you. First, it is your uncle, your brash, unforgiving, smart, yet idiotic uncle. The one who would actively rather kick a puppy than give any form of charity. In fact, he has done so. You have it documented. He comes in, and he doesn't seem to notice you, the alive one, but he stands right next to you. His eyes are glistening. His hands are folded in front of him. And for the first time, except, of course, for when anything Pavo did was briefly mentioned, you find him choked up, emotional. I didn't have the fortune of knowing her extremely well. I was off on family business, of course, but whenever we came to see the rest of the family, she was right there, always resplendent, always in charge. She took after her mother like that. A born leader. Always seeing the right path. Why, she commanded her first battalion when she was 7. Her mother had to wait until 9 to possess the faculties to drive the means of war, but young Nerys, no. Always determined to do everything better and correct. 7 years old, taking down a small village it was. And he, takes a finger and wipes away a tear. Breathtaking. And after a moment, he seems too choked up to continue. Your aunt follows closely behind. Aunt Anwar, who always was the sort of psychotic one. Granted, in a family of psychos, it's hard to distinguish yourself. However, she managed to do it. The mother of Pavo looks at you, looks at your body, looks at the area around her, and then looks at her brother and just bursts into tears. This lady is crying an absolute river. If she doesn't stop soon, there will be a new major river outlet in Etheria. And she, for probably the first time that you have ever heard, seems to say soft and kind things and absolutely mean them, as she just wipes her eyes. And she was What more can I say than everyone else? She was fantastic. Why, you know, when she was born, we all agreed that no one could be better. And you see a little bit of her usual form creep in, and then my lovely little Pavo was born. And I knew right then and there that I was right. Pavo wouldn't be able to match her. In beauty, skill. The poor girl was beaten in every way until Sunday. Oh, what a great matriarch you would have made. One that I don't think even my schemes could have gotten past. And she, like, just starts weeping into the shoulder of her brother. How's Nerisse acting to all of this? Or reacting?
Nerisse is absolutely there are not enough words in the English language to describe how not okay she is right now. When her uncle started speaking, she looked as if part of her own brain had fallen out, and she couldn't comprehend what he was saying. And then when her aunt came in and started crying and said that when she was born, and then when Pavo was born, and they were right that Nerisse was better, she stumbled backwards. She is currently leaning against whatever pillar railing, whatever this is, with a look of frantic and just frantic desperation, as if the look that you would see on a fox that's been caught in a trap with its leg mangled and stuck to one place as it frantically tries to pull itself free, not caring about how terribly its leg is crushed and getting more and more damage, just desperation. But she cannot move. And the more that they speak, the wider and wider her eyes get. It's a wonder that she hasn't burst into flame. But she stands there, unable to do anything except gasp. And at some point, she is able to clutch at her heart, pulling at the cloth that she's wearing, as if it's the only lifeline that she has, the only thing connecting her to the present moment.
Fair. As you do that, your mother and Pavo come up. And your mother, always long-winded, always ready to give a speech or a talking to at a moment's notice, comes in and says 5 words. As she takes a flower and a small sack of thaumium, the precious metal that she has built her fortune on, and rests it with you, as she says, "Rest now, my beloved daughter." And as Pavo...
Nerisse
Oh, go ahead.
Nerisse lets out a gasp that's also a sob, as if there was no air in her lungs and she has suddenly breathed in every atom of oxygen in the room and then had it punched right back out of her. And she clutches at her chest now with both hands clawing over her heart, watching with those wide, disbelieving eyes. Go ahead, Pavo.
And before Pavo speaks, hey, Kaya. We're getting
Fuck
back
you
to
want? I don't know what you're talking about.
you. We're switching back to you, Kaya.
I ain't done nothing wrong.
You're right. But you're also wrong. Much like Dristin, this was not because of you. But it was sort of because of you. As we return to your fight, and you, quite frankly, are whipping these ghosts and images around you, these falsifications of your own father. And on one of their turns, they will grab you and say, "You fight well, child. I will be honest in saying that you surprised me. And since you like beating up your father..." Oh, sorry, I thought I did bring you back to
No,
scene.
you didn't.
Okay, there you go. But one of them will grab you, and he will try to grapple you.
Alright.
You notice that he seems fuck you. The actor does exist. You notice that he seems incredibly strong when he grips you this time. So let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, let me select the both of you. Let's make this fun.
Make it a dex because she's not rolling with athletics.
That's fair. Dex characters got a
It's
dex.
acrobatics. Yep.
All right, then let's make sure I do this right. That would be his strength check versus your acrobatics.
Whee.
Nice.
Roll him if you got him.
Go, Kaya. Go, Kaya.
God damn it. The dice is not dicing to... Yeah.
What the fuck?
It's so one-sided. Jesus Christ.
Oh my
Your
god!
dad.
Put up your hands! Block with your hands, not your face!
He will grab you and jump into the air. Hold on, I have to target, so it'll actually do it. Ah, you bastard. He will jump into the air, and then you come to a different scene. Kaya, you are merely an observer in this part, and what you see in front of you, well, let's just find out together, shall we?
What? Oh.
As you see in front of you, your father and his boss.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to change it to my favorite.
The TPP theme.
As you watch your father come in. Now, you know what your father looks like. He seems to be healthy, but you can tell that where he is currently, he is stressed and distraught. As you watch, he seems to not really be paying much attention over to you. You're not entirely sure if he can even see you. But Kalthus, the giant, is over here idly reading. Now tell me, do you speak... Ah, you do speak Primordial. So, you'll know that this book seems to be sort of an Etherean version of Sun Tzu's Art of War.
Mm-hmm.
He is reading it idly. You can tell by the way by the way the pages are bookmarked that he has read this book many times. He doesn't notice your father approach. Your father... His feathers are unironically ruffled, and he seems to be gathering some of his courage as he says, Lord Calthus, we need to speak. And you hear Calthus just rumble. His voice seems deeper than the last time you heard it in the former memory that you had shared with Nerys and your group. Yes. And what do we need to speak about today? And your dad moves closer. We need to speak of our arrangement. As you are well aware, we just conquered several more areas and brought them under your gracious leadership. You can tell these words are hurting him, Kaya. He seems to not agree with what he's saying, but given the scenario, you're not entirely sure he can say much else. Not freely, of course. Calthus laughs, and you hear booming thunder in the distance. Yes. It was good to bring this one under control rather than burning it, as we had to do with the last 3, was it? Last 3 kingdoms we had to, unfortunately, pitch. Your father shudders and he looks towards the ground and he says, last 5, my lord. Last 5 were the ones that you burned to the ground. Calthus doesn't seem to notice any change in your father's tone, any distraught feeling that he might have, and instead he laughs good-naturedly. Yes, 5. You lose count after a while, my good man. Some of them did bow, which is good. I need more vassals to take control of the lands. I can't do everything. You know, it is good that you came to me today. Sit, wouldn't you? Sit. After all, you are my right hand. You are part of the reason I was able to do all of this in the first place. I must thank you. How's your mansion treating you? Do you need an upgrade? I understand you have, 30 servants? I can see to it that you get more by the next fortnight. After all, what wouldn't I do for you, as you have done for me? Kaya, roll me a insight check. God.
Refreshing Foundry.
Understandable. You suck.
I have not rolled above a 10 in like the last 20 rolls.
Change your
It'd be like
dice.
that. Yeah, change your dice. But thankfully, you know your father pretty well. Every word that Calthus says is like a slap in the face to him. And unfortunately for your father, he was never very good at hiding emotions. You can also see several notes of deep-seated fury, as he seems to be not complicit in what he has helped with. He takes a moment and adjusts himself in the chair, trying to gather his courage. Yes, about our conquests, I'm sorry, Lord Calthus, but I'm stepping down. We have accomplished quite a lot, you see, and I need time to spend with my child. After all, you know, we Owlin age quite rapidly at times, and I need to be there. I can still complete many of my duties, of course, but I believe my time working with you directly is done. Parting amicably, of course. You understand? Calthus takes it in for a moment, nods, considers, and laughs. Yes, of course. You deserve it. Go. Be with your family. Or what remains of your family. Have a wonderful and good time, but come back after your extended vacation, yes? We still have many things to complete, and I will not continue without my driving hand behind me. Kaya, your father looks like he's about to piss himself. As he says, Lord Calthus, you misunderstand. I'm stepping down. I can find you a suitable replacement, but I am stepping down. This will no longer be part of my duties. There is an uncomfortable silence that follows. One that is much too long to be kind with what will follow. Now, you at first had believed that Calthus was a righteous and honorable giant. In your memories with the rest of your newfound companions, you found that that was not in fact the case. You see now the beginnings of that personality have now come to shine, as whatever vision this is, it takes place much later, after Calthus has amassed a shocking amount of new empire, bringing the giants far and wide under his control, having ousted his brother, in no small part thanks to your father's help, apparently. The grin fades from Calthus, and he pulls out a long, wickedly sharp dagger, and he sets it on the table calmly. He looks over to your father, and he says, Now, let's not be rash. I am a gracious monarch. I will give you extra time off. I will give you a raise. I will put you in one of my finest castles. Your child will know nothing but luxury and privilege. But let's make one thing perfectly clear, peasant. You work for me. There will be no time when you do not work for me. My empire will reign eternal, and you will serve me until the end of your days. When you are bones and dust dried in a coffin, then and only then will you be relinquished. Do you have fault with this? Your father, despite the situation he finds himself in, Kaya, is courageous. You seem to get it from both parents. He tries to pipe up again, and present his case, talking once more about suitable replacements and the fact that he has earned this. It takes a strong man to stand up to a king. How is Kaya reacting to this situation?
She just came out of like a fight and is pretty much ready to get into another one, but she is kind of like audibly frustrated hearing this. And is choosing to listen and just not explode right now. She wants to see where this goes.
All right. Now, as your father begins to make his case once more, it seems to be to no avail. As Kalthus takes a big breath and says, I will not lose my favorite worker. You will not abandon me and what I have planned. But I understand that you may need some convincing. After all, you're a smart man. After all, you're working for me. It's some mark of intelligence. And you're logical. That I appreciate about you. And so, let me appeal to your logical side. And he'll clap his hands. You notice now there's a couple servants at the door by you. And he'll say, Servants, bring in the child. Let her see and speak with her father. And Kaya, you'll come in.
God, let me see this. Holy shit, this is adorable.
It is.
It'd be better with blue eyes, but this is adorable.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Kaya, you watch yourself. Carefree, adorable, and just happy to have a little bit of a break from the boredom. You see, when your father's on these long meetings, well, after a while, it just gets to be too much to bear for you. You go over quickly to your father as he rushes you over to his side. It seems he is suddenly very concerned. Now, your father has white feathers, but he seems to go pale, as much as an owlin can. And Kalthus just smiles gently at you. Child you doesn't know any better, but adult you can tell that is the mark, or that is the guise of a viper ready to strike. As Kalthus slowly, purposely, looks at you, smiles. Looks at your father, smiles. Takes his massive hand, puts it on the table, and just thumbs the dagger. He lets his hand idle on it for a moment, just touching it. Then he lazily looks over to your father, and he says, Your child is remarkable. For an owlin, she is astute, and quite possibly a great mind of her time. I would love to see what she might prosper into, given the resources and the talents of my court. And with you as my right hand, She will have access to anything and everything she could ever need or want. A master of the art she could be. Who knows the limits of what she could do? He wraps his hand around the dagger. We wouldn't want to endanger that, would we? His threat hangs in the air, unanswered. Before your father gulps slowly, realizing he is beaten. Perhaps I have spoken rashly. I appreciate your consideration of such things. I would not mind a higher pay, and perhaps we can look towards some future plans together, Lord Calthus. I wouldn't want to endanger that. Calthus smiles, looks over towards you, gives you another grin, kind of like you do when you see children just playing around every so often. And he holds the dagger in his hand, looks over to your father with a smile, knowing he is not beaten, and that he has won. Again, as he always does. He smiles and he says, "Very good. I knew that we could come to reason, you and I. After all, we have worked together for so long, I could not ever see it changing. And since we're on equal terms and have fully discussed this, I don't think it ever will." He looks over towards the baby version of you, Kaya, and he says, run along now, child. Your father and I have just a couple more things to talk about, and then I'll let him go, and you guys can go and do that thing that you were going to do earlier. We'll be done with this stuffy business meeting, okay?"
Do I have to respond as Baby Kaya?
No, you don't.
Okay.
But Sectus will appear next to you. And he'll do just about what anyone might do in that situation. Just inhale audibly through his teeth, just ooh.
Oh, you're here.
I thought it might be good to show you some things.
So the test is not, or at least my test is not done.
No, it is not.
Which means that you lied earlier.
About what part?
That I had succeeded, and two of my friends didn't. That I had to choose between one of them.
Ah. You're astute, I'll give
My
you
test
that.
isn't over.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if my test isn't over, then I have no reason to believe the rest of that statement.
Yes, you are astute. But I will have you remind yourself that I did tell you so far. Your friends have failed so far. You have succeeded so far. I did not lie. Merely that was the version of the truth that I wanted you to see.
I see. So, the name you choose to go by is simply for irony?
In a way, I suppose you're right. Irony,
That's clever.
ease.
Mm-hmm.
I am clever. I've had plenty of years to perfect it.
So what? You're showing me this? What do you expect?
Well, sometimes it is good to just wait. You let things work on their own time. Besides, he pauses for a moment, and Kaya, I need you to roll a perception check.
Well,
You hear and feel something in the distance as Sectus's smile gets a little bit wider, and he says, sometimes you just need to buy a little bit of time. And you hear a growl, an unearthly sound. Something that your mother heard on the last night of her life. The beast gets closer.
as the beast is getting closer, she'll kick this guy.
She'll kick him?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fuck him up.
You know what? Do it. Fuck him up. That way you don't just straight kill him.
Oh, wait, you're talking about Sectus. I thought you were talking about Calthus.
Nah.
That's alright. It's not really Sectus.
Fair.
That. I just needed to let some anger out.
He takes it in stride. And he says, you might want to keep some of that. You're going to need it.
Oh, I have plenty of it.
And the thumping sound gets closer. But before it does, we switch to you, Dristan. Still in the cemetery, still with Hagrid and, well, yourself. Now tell me, has Tristan changed at all? Has he managed to pull himself back up any bit?
That honestly depends on how long this happened. How long has passed?
I'd say under an hour, about 30 minutes of Hagrid not saying anything to you and just letting you be.
Probably not with like the whole time, but sitting there for maybe like 10 minutes, he'll get up and start walking to the mausoleum.
It's fancy. I'll give you that. You picked well. Well, you didn't pick, but even in death, you had good taste.
The disposition between what if I place myself.
This mausoleum of yours, a final testament to you, huh?
Is that what you call it?
Yeah. In a way.
I shall slumber. Start walking into the mausoleum.
Alright. Hagrid will follow, and then from behind you, he'll say, "You know, I've got your friend here as well."
Why would that be?
She's seen her own things. Marcellia is showing her, well, it's like looking into a mirror.
Why would you show her?
Trust me when I tell you, she needs to see it.
He stares at them searchingly.
Hagrid just shrugs. And he says, "Consider it another test. She's learning. I'll give her that." He begins to plot around. And he seems to be lost in thought for a moment, Tristan. And he looks around. When he gets to this coffin over here, he pauses and he looks up and he says, "What if it was her? Then what?"
What do you search for? A reaction?
If the last one to stab had been her, lad, what would you have done then?
Beats the purpose of this whole test.
It's not a test, it's a question. If one of those two had been lying on the ground and you knew what you had to do, would you have done it? No matter the cost. Putting the drow and the owlin out of their miseries.
I don't know. I don't know myself.
You don't know yourself. That's a first for you, I think. You know, I think I'm going to keep it as a little placard in my forest that I was able to render you mute.
Mute.
Indeed. Or rather,
Call this mute.
in spirit or in sound, yes, to both. You simply. You don't have that fire anymore to ya. None of the lovely prose telling me, oh, what a fool I am, or oh, what a force you are. You have been nothing but dreadful. Where's
He immediately
the
just blast up.
Yes!
Mute! He just keeps blasting him.
Do it. His form is eviscerated. It blows up into purple powder over and over and over again.
Like a motherfucker that has a gun with like an extended mag. He just comes up and empties a clip on him.
Yes. And after you are sure that you have reduced him to ashes, you hear a laugh. Oh. And he reforms in front of you. Although you'll notice his face is slightly different. I need a I need a charisma saving throw from you, Driston. Ooh. A very good attempt. You manage, you think, to avoid most of the chaos that is gazing upon this ancient and old face. You now know how your friend Kaya felt, as the spirit, just for a moment, shows its face while it's reforming, looking towards you with this eldritch monstrosity in it, and it says, "There! There is the fire that I have been wanting to stoke. This righteous indignation. Anger has always seemed to find its place within you, hasn't it?"
It's swine.
You know. And his voice rises up a tick. You know, Tristan, it occurs to me. He leans in. I don't think this is anger at all. For the first time in hundreds of years, I'll admit I was wrong. This, he wags a finger at you as he walks around. This is a different emotion. One that I think you know well. It's fear, isn't it?
Or just look away from him.
Yes, it is. You have seen what you can do and what has been done for you. You can feel time running out. You can feel a slightly less morally bound version of you just dripping with elation at trying to be free. After all, in these last little moments of time, it's pushing against the cage, isn't it? You're afraid. Say it.
Fear lives amongst all of us. Even that which foes none.
Uh-huh. 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 He walks around prancing a little bit and he says, "Fear is amongst all of us." Deflection, deflection, deflection. All right. I understand. Sometimes a performer needs an audience. And he moves his hand and he grasps it, and Sam, I'm sorry to do this to you, but he will pull a version of Nerisse out of the air. This doesn't have to be the version that is currently losing her absolute shit. Because Driston won't know either way.
Cool.
But he grabs you out of midair and he closes his hand around your throat.
Nerisse tries to squirm away as she can, grabbing at his hand, trying desperately to pull it off of her throat. And her eyes bulge as I'm assuming his grip doesn't release. But
No.
after a few seconds, she looks over to Driston desperately.
Release her.
Master Valzan, this is what fear looks like. You see, your friend... your friend... Can you call her that? Can you call her a friend? Is she a companion to you? A partner in crime, perhaps? Tell me. I wish to know.
Release her.
I'm afraid that wasn't the answer, as he squeezes a little bit tighter. This is fear, Driston. You see, your friend here is an accomplished rogue and fighter in all of her own rights. She's powerful. She's sneaky. And most of all, she's slippery. Hard to grasp onto, that one. But you see, we've avoided that problem. As he holds Nerisse a little bit higher, her feet dangling above the ground. Her face a bit more purple than usual for a drow, denoting certain things. And he'll just shrug. Say it, and I'll release her. Say you're afraid. Or, bonus points, if you wish, Master Writer. Call her your friend. Do both, and I'll grant you riches.
There's a cold fire in his eyes. But they start to draw over towards Nerisse. Starts searching her. Too many things that he saw in this place already show falsities. He's gonna look towards her and try to see which side she belonged to.
Which side she belongs to. Driston, roll me an insight check. Nerisse looks towards you with fear and desperation. You've never known her to be a weakling, but when someone is raising you by your throat above the ground, you make certain allowances. She seems to be on your side, but she's not going to be on your side for much longer if this goes the way it's going. As Hagrid laughs again, And you can tell at this point, though I used the Hagrid token, this creature has sort of tossed away the visage and is this alien form that you don't recognize as Hagrid, but you understand that it sort of looks like him. As he says, "A simple phrase, Valzan, can save her. I want you to do something you have never done. And all of your plays and all of the emotion that you purport to understand. I want you to admit it. Say you're afraid."
His eyes go towards Doris.
She continues to struggle with Hagrid's hand around her neck. She can't focus on very much. Her eyes go back and forth between Hagrid and Dristan, but it doesn't seem like she can really take in too many details about what's happening outside of the hand squeezing her throat.
My friend. I am afraid.
Hagrid smiles. See? Was that so hard? You did both. I'm proud of you, he says, in the voice ever so smooth, ever so velvety. In fact, you knew him once to charm an entire inn into getting you free drinks for the entire night. Nay, after that performance, almost 3 days straight, your friend Fabian had convinced the place to not make you have to pay a single coin. Fabian holds Nerisse aloft and again says, "Was that so hard? Tristan, my oldest friend. All you had to do was say you were afraid, and look, you did. And I'm ever so proud."
I've only told you twice now. Twice is the moment of mercy when it leaves my lungs. The third will be a commandment, with your life as a cost. Nightmare or no, I may admit my fears, but I'll make sure you own them.
That's a lot of talk, coming from someone whose friend is being trapped helplessly by his enemy. And he looks over towards you, Nerisse, and he says, "You know, Nerisse, you're right. Even though you didn't say anything. You're right. He did say what we asked him to say, so I think I should put you down now." And he slams you face first into the ground, Nerisse. Very quickly putting you down.
Mm-hmm.
He dusts his hands off a little bit, smiles serenely towards you, Dristan, and says, "You know, if I hit her hard enough on the mausoleum floor, she's not going to remember any of that. Small little happenstance when it comes to traumatic brain injuries. It's kind of my thing, you see, remembering and forgetting." Oh, forgetting. Soon in time, that'll be your thing too. She won't remember. I won't remember. No one will remember you the great Dristin Balzan. And your greatest fear will be realized. And he snaps his fingers. And Nerys, we are back to you.
Woof.
Now, of course, this is the alive version of you, not the, oh no, my face has been slammed into the pavement kind.
We had just finished hearing from Nerys's mother.
True. And now we get to Pavo, who looks upon your dead body. And a small part of you realizes that no matter how many universes you jump, things might always somehow be the same. As Pavo wipes tears from her eyes, and she says, I always thought I was the prettier one, to be quite honest. But it's really only because she showed me how to do fashion. I was a wretch before. Her tips, her techniques, transformed me into the beauty that would eventually surpass her. Even if she had me beat in every other conceivable fashion. And Nerys, as you hear them speak, aiding to your clouded and desperate mind, the world around you begins to shift. Much like Dristin saw flashes of him holding the knife that seemed to superimpose themselves over his current vision, with startling record scratches. You too see flashes of vision superimposed over your own, only this one is not you holding a knife like your companion. This one is different versions of your so-called family. This version that you had seen being gracious and loving and distraught, and then a quick flash of them laughing. Some of them, and then another one of them snarling at each other, accusing them of having murdered you, taking you from them. Different versions of them all compiling over and over and over and over, and you'll notice, while they all change, you take a look at yourself in the ground, and you have not changed one bit. It has always been them who has changed.
Seeing all of those different images, and also hearing all the kind and loving things they said over her corpse. They repeat in her head over and over and over. And she looks between the corpse of herself and her family, loving family, standing next to her, crying, sad at the loss. She lets out a keening wail and collapses to the floor, clutching her chest. Her eyes, her whole face, a look of stupor, a daze almost. As if her mind can't wrap itself around the truth that she has seen, that in no way could possibly be the truth, but is right in front of her. And the wail she lets out, any creature, any being, in any reality would hear the devastation, the pain the anguish for which there are no words, the raw heartache that comes from what you feel moments before death, which would be a kindness at this point. But one wail becomes another and another, and she continues, unable to think, to breathe, to exist in this moment. Everything that she feels is a burning pain. And looking one last time up at her mother, her aunt, her uncle, her cousin, seeing them cry and mourn for her, her hands come up to her face, and she drags her nails down her cheeks, digging deep, bloody furrows into them. And having been wailing this entire time, no oxygen, no thought left in her body, she stays on heap, moaning, howling, unable to do anything else against this all-consuming pain.
Indeed. It seems to overtake you as Pavo gives her last remarks. It is then that you feel yourself brought to a different area. Actually, hold on. Wunderbar. You feel yourself fading into a different place. And Nerisse, as you sink slowly to the ground, the world seems to just fade away for a moment. Or several moments, you're really not entirely sure how long it took. Until you feel that you are somewhere different. You open your eyes. Your mind is still muddled. This has not changed in the slightest. But there are two of you. A version of you that is calmly looking back at you. You scratched yourself.
How loudly does she say that?
Not loud at all. Almost like she knows that you prefer the quiet.
I think it would take several seconds, if not longer, half a minute, maybe more, for the Nerisse that we all know to
Which I'm gonna
gather.
denote with a light.
Whoops, say again?
I'm gonna denote that with a small light, just so we know.
Aha. Perfect. I think it would take a while for her to pull herself together enough to recognize that someone else was there. But I think eventually she would look up from where she was crumpled on the floor, curled up into herself, starting from the other Nereis's shoes, slowly looking up with immense difficulty, still clearly struggling internally to function at all, to breathe, to blink. But eventually she would look up into the other Nereis's face. She probably wouldn't be able to form words, but along with the anguish and disbelief, there would be question on her face, an acknowledgement of the person in front of her, even if she can't fully recognize what this is.
Without your speaking, the other version of you seems to recognize this, reading it quite fluently. She nods. And she takes out a small rock in her gear. You know it quite well. It's a sharpening rock. And you didn't see her reach yours, but she pulls yours out. She sharpens it. And then again, without even seeming to reach towards you, she puts it back. You feel it exactly where it was. She nods as if she just finished packing for a long trip.
Does she do anything else after she does that, or does she patiently stand there?
She patiently stands there.
Again, it would take a while, but Nerys would, her usual curiosity, a tiny, tiny fraction of it showing through, she would look up at the other Nerys and say, "What was that for? What are you doing?"
She looks towards you. She thinks on her answer for a moment. She seems to settle on one as she says, "They have to be sharp, because I look out for myself, and I always make sure that my tools are sharp." You remember yourself having said the same thing once before, though you're not entirely sure from where.
She looks at this other version. A small amount of hope is too strong of a word, but she seems to know what she's doing. And Nerys asks, "Do you know what's going on?"
She nods. "I do. And you will too. It's coming soon. That's why I got your gear ready."
What's What's coming?
You can see it in her face before she answers. It's that look of dread that has always seemed to crop up on your face. It's your first time seeing it, but it's not your first time knowing it. You can
Nerys
feel.
reflexively says,
Mhm.
Mother?
Her gaze is all the answer you need.
Nerys's face begins to crumple again, but this time in the much more familiar way that her companions have seen several times, both in memories and in real life. And she has a frantic energy beginning to come from her again. She begins to look around while looking back at herself in the moments in between. I don't want to do that. I don't want to. I never wanted to. Can I leave? Is there a way I can leave? I don't ever want her to find me.
She reaches out towards you, and you're certain, probably, that she's about to say something comforting, helpful, or just plain blunt. But you never quite hear it.
She whips her head around, knowing full well that whatever is going to happen, but those tiny, tiny atoms of almost hope, more desperation than anything. But she frantically whips her head around, looking in every corner, under every curtain, on every step of the stairs, behind all the pillars, absolutely dreading what she knows she cannot avoid.
It is at this point that I have to interrupt this and say that we are going into the next phase of the Dark Forest. Now, are any one of you feeling particularly courageous? Because the next part of this, there will be parts that you help each other in, a sort of mix, if you will. But I'll essentially be dealing with one of you sort of one-on-one as everyone else watches, kind of like we've done before, but with a sort of finality and combat to it. Now, do we want to switch up again? Or do we want to go a little bit longer and make Sam suffer before I switch to one of you guys? What are we feeling?
I'm absolutely living for every single second of this and do not care about my 9 a.m. meeting tomorrow. So I'm good with anything that is continuing. However, other people have lives. So
It's not that I have
mean-
a life, it's that I'm unfortunately extremely, like, starting to get very tired.
I was
that's
gonna
okay.
say, I
So,
mean, we still do have 30 minutes of session. I just didn't want you. I didn't want anyone to feel left out, and I wanted to gauge how everyone's doing because this has been an emotional.
I'm
session.
here for the Nerys torture, though.
Okay.
I'm enjoying it, even, as a spectator, I like it.
Okay. Let me know if that changes. Animus, how are you doing?
End it with Nerys.
Okay. Also,
Oh.
how are you doing?
I'm living. I'm so happy right now. This is amazing.
Fair. Animus?
I'm good.
Okay. And, of course, Madra, I know you're tired, but are you doing okay?
Oh yeah, no, I'm fine. This is
Cool. Because as much as I call you guys slurs, I am hurting you. And so I wanted to check in.
You are.
hurt me more.
All right, fags,
I
buckle in.
witnessed dark things from beyond.
I've
This
been
is
through
merely
worse.
but a paper cut.
Death by 1,000 of them, I'm going to bleed your ass dry. All right. Sam, are you ready?
I am so ready. Let's go.
A door slides back. And then you hear a lounging voice that projects itself. And the undertones in this voice you have heard many times before, as she kind of winds herself down the stairs, ever looking regal. Ah, there you are.
Nerys whimpers, and the look of abject terror that has been frequently found on her face lately reasserts itself over the. She didn't seem to notice the cuts that she dug into her own cheek before, but she certainly isn't noticing them now as she stares up at her mother, unable to move, unable to breathe, absolutely terrified about what will happen.
Your mother takes no great rush to get down the stairs, because to her, this is a chore. People don't rush to do chores. Normally, she'd have a servant do it, as she does for literally anything else that's of this caliber, such as picking her toenails, taking out the trash, or just plain dishwashing. But, you know, sometimes if you want a job done right, you do it yourself. And when the vermin keep coming back, you put them down. As she guides herself down the stairs. I had wondered when you would come crawling back. I didn't think it was going to happen so soon after the golem took care of your friend. But I guess even now you managed to, and she can't help but say it with a little bit of disgust, surprise me.
Nerys is still stuck in place, unable to move, but anybody who could see her right now would notice her desperately, subconsciously. This is not something she is doing that she's thinking about. It is a reflex. And she has done it several times over the last few months with the various members of this group. Her look of fear, trying so hard to become a face of neutrality, her eyes, her eyelids going to their normal half-lidded look, her muscles trying so desperately to smooth out, trying to remove any expression, any sign of her personality, of herself, trying to become a mask. But much like how it's happened with the group, she is struggling. She is so very afraid right now that the reflexive action that she used almost all of her life, certainly all of her life in this house, unable to fall into place. And she slowly, very, very slowly, tries to crawl backwards away. She can barely do it, but she inches towards the wall in small jerks whenever her limbs will cooperate enough to allow her a few inches of movement.
Oh, crawling back. Like, disgusting little kobold. Have you no honor? You are somehow within the great halls of my family again. And this time you haven't even fallen. Yet. Although, I promise you, you little wretch, that this time I won't miss. What was it? 30 feet last time? Much like my thriving empire, I'll double it. 60. No. Nothing but the best for me and my entertainment. 100 feet. That'll take care of you. As it should have the first time, but you had the gall to not fucking die like you should have. You should be apologizing right now.
Through all of this, it's taken a while for the words to connect in her head, but a very small look of comprehension at this point falls on her face, and Neresa's eyebrows furrow together, and there is nothing but confusion on her face. And she can only say, "What?"
Huh. I don't think that was much of a sentence, but a good effort. Yeah. Even our best scribes and scholars could not seem to get it through your thick, useless skull. The basic tenets of proper speech, proper Elvish. I wasted so much gold coin on it. And what do I get for all of my efforts? For all of my attempts to be a good mother? This, and she waves a hand towards you dismissively. This is what I get. Oh. I should have just had another, but unfortunately, your father was sort of a one use only.
Nourish just keeps staring at her, confused and afraid, and at this point remembers that she has limbs and does manage to crawl away a bit more, but finds herself backed against the wall and can't go any further.
Alright. She will move closer to you. You'll see a flash of steel near one of her pockets. And you'll hear a thunk right next to your ear. You felt your hair flutter as a knife embedded itself in the wood.
She instantly, reflexively, staring, unable to break her eyes away from her mother's, says over and over, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Over and over and over.
Now you're sorry? Now, when you've caused us so much trouble. Now You're sorry. She looks around like she's talking to an audience. Everyone, now she's sorry. Not when I threw her off the balcony. Not when she accidentally fell off the balcony, as we told the press. Not when she disgraced me in front of everyone after I had the good grace to let you out of the house and amongst the nobility. Because I thought, I had thought, because I am a good mother, that you would be good enough to show a strong member, if not a bit impotent, of our family. Oh, I will admit, if I have ever doubted my judgment at any point, it was the night you took your little clumsy tumble. And I thought to myself, I should have waited. Gone for a higher balcony. Planned it better. Why, we were just going to throw in some rose bushes at the bottom of that area. If I had just waited another week, it might have worked. But no. No. I knew I needed to be rid of you. After all, you're just a failed experiment. Why, you couldn't even accept the gifts I gave you, bestowed upon you. We took out every little weakness in that little excuse for a soul. We carved it out, and we made it better. We made you worthy. And look what you did with it. Even everything I tried could not repair you. And Nourish, she will strike you.
Maurice will take it. Jesus.
Does a 55 hit?
Holy shit.
Wow. Wow. That is so well timed.
Jesus Christ. Yup.
Just in case, this is going to get dark, friends. I'm so sorry. Strap in.
Bro.
I promise it will get better, but it will get worse.
When are you gonna stop apologizing? Holy shit.
Dude, I'm literally committing fictional child abuse right now. I will apologize if I damn well
No.
feel like it.
Pussy.
God. But she will strike you. And she will say, apologies aren't enough anymore. Why are you here? Why are you soiling my brand new carpet with your blood?
Nerisse, at this point, after her mother struck her, there was a moment where she didn't move, just stared up in abject horror, and then again the muscle memory kicks in, and she is now curled up as much as she can be, knowing that if she tries to defend herself too much, she will get in even more trouble, but she still has to try to do something. There's only so much you can do fighting a sense of self-preservation. But even though she doesn't cry, there are no tears in her eyes, she still sobs, the breaths coming hard and fast, and she says a variety of things, a combination of I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'll do better. I'll do better. I'll fix it. Just tell me what I did wrong and I'll stop. I can get better. I'll do whatever you say. I'm sorry. I'm trying. I'm sorry.
You feel a slight presence next to you that snakes its way through the muddled sense of mentality that you currently have. And despite everything, it will spur you on just a tad, or at least activate some survival instincts, as you feel a presence that you associate with Zaya tell you to get up, to fight, to survive. And something in you is able to disconnect a little bit and at least try and fight. Roll me initiative.
I will say she is supposed to have advantage on initiative.
That is true. Roll me initiative again.
All that combat music, Animus.
Don't worry, we won't need it for long. Just go ahead and throw it on while we got it. Very nice. Okay, 1 second. There we are. Wow. Only rolled one higher than you, and yet she has a 30 in dexterity.
Jesus Christ. I mean, she got to the top for a reason.
Yep. She is insurmountable. And she will demonstrate by using the only weapon she really has to with you, her fist. Oh, shit. That might actually
she
be
crit?
mathematically bad. Yep.
Yup.
If it, it's designed to be a strong attack. If it kills you, no, it doesn't.
We're gonna silvery barbs that.
Yeah, please. God, please.
No, kill her. Be
All right,
cruel.
let me roll
Holy
again.
shit.
Listen,
Stop being a
listen,
pussy.
listen!
I'm
We
not-
will.
No.
I need her to suffer before I kill her.
Kill her again. Revive her and hit her again. Holy shit, stop being a pussy.
Madra, I'm going to tell you something that you're not going to hear that much in your life. You know what? You might be right. Don't worry, this is recorded, so you can go back on that.
Oh yeah, don't worry, I have it recorded as well.
Fuck yeah. So that's an 8. It will not hit. Wait, hold on. I have to add her.
I mean,
her hit.
it would be an
33?
8 plus a 23.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Plus yeah.
It will hit. I just have to re-roll damage.
Yep. Does a 31 hit?
In a way. Jesus! It did more. Nerys, you are.
That's what happens when you're a pussy, Rob.
Nerys, you are knocked out for just a moment, but you are brought back just a couple seconds. Yeah, you are brought back just a couple seconds later. You swear you got hit, you heard your own bones crack. But now you see the smiling face of your mother, who says, no, you need to atone. And it is your turn.
The combination of deep-rooted terror, but somewhere deep down feeling that push to fight, to maybe escape, but to at the very least not just let this happen. No, she would get an attack of opportunity. Hold on a second.
Mhm.
As a rogue, I can bonus action disengage, right?
You can.
I can. Okay, cool. Nerys will bonus action disengage, which I imagine is normally a pretty, like, agile and graceful maneuver that she has. I think that this time it's just her scrambling so fiercely from fear that she manages to somehow back away far enough to keep out of her mother's grasp. If I can move my fucking token. Cool. She will go 40 feet up towards the stairs. And with the silvery barb, she does have advantage on this. She
Sure.
will take out her icy hot crossbow, the one that she trained on for several weeks before she was even able to carry on her own. And I'm on a Mac. I don't have an Alt key.
Oh, fuck. That sucks.
Is it like function or whatever? It should be in the same place.
Could be a function. It's a command. Let's see.
Yeah,
I think command is
command.
control,
Hey, it's something.
but yeah.
We'll see if it's...
All right, so that would be a 12
Okay, command
plus
is
10.
disadvantage.
Gotcha, okay.
So it'd be 22 to hit.
22 to hit does not hit.
Woof!
She catches the bolt and breaks it.
Jesus Christ. Yup. Nerys still... She has known that her mother is basically superhuman and capable of doing anything at all, but catching crossbow bolts is not one that she had ever thought about before, but now that she sees it, it makes sense.
Your mother rushes towards you. It reminds you, in her words, why I am the matriarch. Why everyone does what I say.
Nerys will uncanny dodge that.
And again, you feel yourself beaten and broken, and yet you, which seems to be a theme for you at this point, cannot die.
That's what she's thought for a long, long time.
However, the attack from your vicious mother, you feel it break your crossbow and your daggers. But you still have your magic.
Yep. Yeah. She will, with even more panic rising on her face again, which is wild. You wouldn't think that panic and fear would look that different on someone's face, but they really do, as panic overtakes all of her features, and she tries to brace herself, and she will attempt to conjure her scythe from Kelemvor. We're going to see if this key gives me advantage. Nope. This one.
Hey.
There we go.
Fuck yeah. Fuck no. Madra's character. Madra, what the fuck are you doing here?
Perception, bro?
What the? Oh my god!
out
It
of my
rolled
sight.
for and your thing. Sorry, my bad. My
You're
bad.
good.
I was,
No,
I
it's
was on
fine.
D&D Beyond on the side doing something.
That's hilarious.
Sorry.
No, you're good,
You're
man.
good.
All right, you roll a 27 and nothing. You know you hit her. You have practiced with this a lot. This magic is a part of you. You know when it hits true. And yet, she wipes it away like it's nothing. Nay, she wipes it away like she shouldn't be hit by it. That you are wrong for trying. And you see an energy in her hands pulse. And you can't feel your magic.
Oof. Yep. Yep.
She grins maliciously. And she says, when will you learn? Kashit Noris. When will you learn? And she strikes you point blank.
Yup. Nerys takes it with a loud, gasping sob. And somehow manages to get out from all the blood that I'm assuming is in her mouth from this hit. One very small, I'm sorry.
First, your weapons. Second, your magic. Third and finally, your wit, your logic, and your words. All of these things are your tools of the trade. All of these things have kept you alive because you knew how to use them. For 2.5 long decades, Nerys has kept herself alive by doing one of 3 things. Trusting her weapons, trusting her wit, and trusting her magic. No matter what happened, one of those 3 things would always keep her alive and semi-safe. From her abusive family to navigating in a dangerous world with her companions. She never trusted anyone, but she always trusted her 3 tools, because at the end of the day, that is all she could truly rely on. There were times where she thought that this might change, and indeed times where it might have. Nerys, you lay bloody and broken. Even if you had the senses to be able to tell, you would know that parts of you are destroyed. It looks like a crime scene. Partially because it is. A murder has just taken place. The matriarch of House... say it for me, Sam.
Tisenalir Johari.
Thank you. The House of Tisenalir Johari has taken care of the last pain in her side. Nerys, you've died before. Can't say it's a new experience. This time, everything is going black. Because Kelemvor made a deal with you. He made a deal with himself after you left, that if it happened again, it would be up to you. Unfortunately, Kelemvor didn't come to your rescue this time. You can't blame him. Why would he? You tried your weapons, they didn't work. You tried your magic, it didn't work. You tried on your words, didn't work. Nothing worked. You feel lost and hopeless. And it's at this moment we're going to pause it, because far from you, another scene is happening. One that I think will draw your attention and add to what is currently going on. Now, this isn't the exact time that it's happening, but it has happened within the last couple of days, especially since you got word from her. We see Zaya Nidell stand, not anxiously, but confidently, against the rest of the assembled group. You notice that she is wearing battle robes. They are ornate and flowing. They are designed to allow a mage to move with the utmost precision. Indeed, they're also magically enhanced so that a wizard in proper battle robes is just as formidable as a decent barbarian, and a lot more furious to match. They're talking about something. We're coming into the middle of it, really. And everyone seems to be talking over each other, and at one point, Cephalus speaks up above the din. He says, quiet down, Zaya. And he looks over towards the angry drow. You must see reason. After all, I understand, but we have our own matters to attend to. The city needs us. The city needs you. You can't just go gallivanting to go save this drow. And Cephalus is many things, but socially intelligent is not one of them, as he says drow with a hint of a slur underneath it, even as he speaks to a drow. This is not missed on Zaya, as she looks at him, and she pulls out a dagger, this one wickedly sharp. She looks at everyone else, then she looks at Cephalus, and without any further ado, she jumps onto the table, leaping near him. Everyone kind of stumbles back, although you notice as Rolla stumbles back, she does smirk. Cephalus can't stumble back, as his shirt is currently caught in Zaya's fist, as she says, I'm going to say this once. She saved us. Her friends saved us. They all did everything they could to save us. It is because of them that we are alive, even with everything that happened to Rogoth. You doubt them? You doubt her? Speak ill of any of them again. Speak ill of her again if her name leaves your mouth. I will free your tongue from your throat. And your taste buds will know what it feels like. And then whatever comes out of it, at the end of the day, once you are relieved, I will feed it to you again. And I will do so again and again, until I feel that my point has come across clear to your single malfunctioning brain cell. She whips around and she leaves. It is moments later that she would send her notice to the group and to her betrothed that she was on her way. But right now we have other matters to attend to. Nerys, as I said before, you lie bloody and broken and beaten. Everything has fallen away from you, and your vision is growing dark. You understand that this time that's it. Nothing can save you. With your last fleeting moments of consciousness, you look over to your arm, or at least you think you look. You don't really understand how you can see things at this point, because you're pretty sure your skull is fractured in at least 7 places. You look on your arm, and I need you to tell me what you see.
I think first she might notice the light of the mark from the Vistani. But she notices the mark extends from her palm down her wrist, and her eyes see there the thin, knotted leather cord that Bryn had pulled out of her backpack and tied into a loop and given to her as a way to remind herself that if she couldn't see the massive emblems of her success, that she could look at this instead. Because everyone deserves a reminder of their successes and strengths. And she had said that Nerys certainly deserved that in spades.
And as you see it, that reminder that at the end of it all, there is one thing, one last thing that goes through your mind, and it's this.
For what it's worth, I think your family was wrong about you.
Oh my god.
Nerys, you have never been one to think of using words to heal. You're not entirely sure how Dristan and Kaya manage it. Using magic to lace words with healing? The concept is alien to you. And yet, as the words echo in your mind once more.
For what it's worth, I think your family was wrong about you.
You feel yourself knitting back together. You don't know how. If you tried to logic your way through it, your brain might explode. Then again, it kind of already has. Regardless, you manage to knit yourself back together. The first thing that comes to you is your use of wit and words. Any act of defiance is enough. And sometimes it only takes a couple words of defiance, and these now escape your mouth. What do you say?
I need just a second as a
You're
player.
okay. Take your time.
I think that she remembers Bryn saying that to her after she herself had said that I think that our families were similar in that way. She said that to Bryn that her family had been wrong about her too. And then she remembers the first time in 12 years that she had seen her mother, when we were in the Black Rock prison and Primus had taken her mother's form. And her mother, always cruel and horrible, had looked at Bryn, sinister in her sincerity, and told her she was so incredibly smart and analytic, and that she hoped her daughter could learn a thing from her. And the words turn over in Nerys's head. They don't make sense for a while, possibly because of, the physical trauma but they clarify after a bit. And there's a feeling in her heart that gets stronger and stronger. She doesn't know what it is. But it comforts her and gives her a strength she's never felt before. And she realizes, as she comes back to her senses on the floor, again in a puddle of her own blood, and she feels the cold marble against her skin and can sense her mother standing over her still. But she blinks her eyes a few times and starts to sit up. It is a struggle, but she does it. And as she slowly pushes herself up, shakily from the floor, she says, "You're wrong."
The first thing to come back to you, Nerys, is your wits and your words. As you use them, you feel your magic come back. It is yours after all. Maybe it was gifted to you, but it has only ever been yours. You feel it pulsating within you now. It is at your beck and call. The moment you call upon it is the moment it will appear. Your weapons seem to be the same. You know them like the back of your hand. They are there, they are ready, they are unbroken, and they will aim true. As these three things come back to you, you realize it wasn't because of you. The one thing that saved you was a belief and trust in someone else for quite possibly the very first time. And a trust in their judgment rather than your own. I need you to draw a weapon or your magic and finish this.
Nerys will stand and pull a weapon, but it takes her a while. She feels this strength inside, but her body still aches. But she's never been any stranger to pain. She pushes through it as much as she can, and as she slowly lifts herself up and stands, she tells her mother, "You're wrong. You're wrong, and I know it. Because my whole life you told me that I was nothing, that I was stupid, and I was weak, and everything I did was wrong. But you also told Bryn how smart she was, and how analytic she was, and how if I could learn something from her." And she chokes back a sob, standing up now, still composing herself before reaching for a weapon. "So if you were right about Bryn, then that means that when she told me that you were wrong about me, that all of you were wrong about me, that means that you were wrong. And if you were right about me, about how stupid I was, then you were wrong about Bryn. But either way, you made a mistake. And I don't care what you think anymore. You said that I couldn't ever make it, and I've made it this far. I'm still here. And I won't give up. And I won't let you hurt me again. And she will reach for Zaya's dagger on her belt. And if you could bring me back to the map so that I could target her mother, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, 1 sec. Oh! God damn it. I never activated the scene again. You guys gotta tell me.
Hey man, it's been very dramatic. Okay?
You motherfucker, you should have known!
I should have, you're right, shut up!
But as she says that, she will unsheath the dagger that Zaya gave her. She will hold it in her left hand, the dagger resting in her palm, and the leather cord that Bryn had given her falling over it. The two people that she has ever felt actually believed in her in any capacity. And she will clench her jaw and with enough determination that it overrides some of the fear, but not all of it. She is still very much afraid. But she doesn't have time to let that bother her now, as she lunges at her mother. And it did not give me advantage, motherfucker.
And your mother falls to the ground, dead. Now, much like Voldemort and Harry Potter, everyone who even considered this would expect your mother to vanish into mist or just magically not die. A being such as her should not be able to die a mortal's death. And yet, with a dull thud, she does. The life drains out of her. And somewhere inside of you, you feel the beginnings, the very essences, the very atoms of a possible, eventual smile. And somewhere Marcellia thinks to herself and hopes that your friends will fight just as hard. And that is where we're going to end today's session, everyone. Thank you for tagging along and bearing with me. Madra and Animus, thank you as well. In addition, and also, please prepare yourselves for what's going to happen next week, because I am going to focus pretty exclusively on your asses. And if you liked what you got this week, I promise you we'll get to the bottom of it next week.
I was muted, sorry. I am so ready. Not right now because I'm fucking sleepy as shit, but I am so ready.
Who the fuck gets sleepy when fucking matricide is on the menu, man?
Listen, I appreciated it. I stayed awake for it, but now I gotta go.
Yeah, go the fuck to sleep, man. You played great.
Yo,
that was
take
awesome.
care.
Good job.
Talk to y'all tomorrow.
Yeah. GG's. Oh boy.
Animus, great fucking performance as always.
Yeah, man.
That fucking end when
No. Everyone shut the fuck up. We're not talking about Tristan right now. We're talking about an abuser beating back her abuse.
That's also true.
But also, Dristan literally, like, dug his own grave and then got
Literally.
out of it.
That was
Like,
badass.
holy shit. That was the fucking roller coaster.
God, yeah.
I think we witnessed two different scenes.
Dude, Tristan went through it, man.
Fuck. God. Good fucking shit, the both of you.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
that was a good session.
Yep. And Sam, of course, circling back. Great fucking performance.
Man. I messaged Erin as soon as you played
Yup.
that message. Like, I started crying, and I was
Believe
like,
me, she was expecting it. Because I told her that would
Yup.
happen.
Yep, she messaged me like 20 seconds later, even though it's like well past her bedtime.
Yep. The reason I had to doctor the streams I sent you is because of that.